Alright, welcome on in. This one? Yes, this one. It's been a while. About the same. Oh, why does my chair not go back now? Don't tell me my chair's breaking. Sad broken chair, not that. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Emma, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. You're awake, Mr. Semino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her, and in the first place, Kako, she... killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Semino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now, while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Emma refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Dang. Now I remember what we were doing. So I can update the title. Wow, these ones are all together. The Girl Squad.
Huh?
Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now. We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device's total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that is not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at one or two victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't... Takumi, say something. Well... I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kararo's way of thinking than Nozomi's. But I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I have something I needed to do. Gotta go. Bye. Wait, Takumi. Hey, come back here, please. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. Wow. Medicine, one of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death.
Oh.
How can I help you today, Takumi? I told Yugamu that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information would help solve Kako's case. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Serei's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases, despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first, while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. So, the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door, and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some Gammaphile, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gammaphile, the substance you used to knock Ima out on day 27? The very same. Huh? But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that was what the thief wanted to use it for. I don't know what he's pointing at. Here we go. Kitty kitty. Are you done hiding out for today? Come here. Yeah, come here, kitty kitty. You can help read. Here we go. You were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place? I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiroko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain...
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body? Yes, and the other two as well. Huh? Edo and Gaku too? Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered two surprising facts after re-investigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiroko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over, and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. What? Exactly. Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. What? Oh, why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did as I was told and flipped Ado and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Yeah, what's going on, kitty? As you're in the way, come here, you. You're now a kitty. Yeah. What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his bag was still intact. It still was on day 27, too. I checked Ado and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their bags at that point in time. What you doing, Wolfie? That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the bag? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. That's kinda dark. Eva's locked inside. What should we do with her? That's not what I wanted. Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Eva about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence, for the reasons I previously explained. Then, will you fight with us instead? What? Fishness, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely? Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. Eva thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood. I will wait. Oh, right. That's why they can't investigate Shoma's body. We got to him in time. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi, you're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Whoa, can you be any more shameless? The criminal role-playing is detective now. Not talking to you, I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. Must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. So you don't even know if it was a man or a woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." And you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with the voice changer. Voice changer, huh? I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. Tsubasa, Takamaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device is gone missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness. I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer was already gone. Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24, so it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how'd the culprit get away? That's what we needed to figure out. And so, here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing, then. Yes. Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, and we can trust each other since all 3 of us here are Sapers. Sapers. Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Sapers. It's true. And thus we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamaru showed it at us from the stage. Hey, come over here, I found something crazy. He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? No way, there really was a hidden tunnel, or should I say, a hidden ladder. I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I've got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface, and what do you know, a rotatable handle came flipping out. I grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Well, let's go see what's down there. Yeah. Leads outside. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touch solid ground. What I saw there was Isn't this... You know this thing. Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope, this thing can't be opened from inside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? And the pod becomes unusable because outer space is a vacuum. Kitty. Oh. How'd that happen, Pokey? You okay? Gonna go hide out again. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. Yippee! Bot removed immediately. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murdered. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaro, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing. That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Darumi, though, said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detection device yourself, unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number, but the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, an item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief. So it seems... I see something embroidered on it. That reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe just IT as in it girl? Could it be referring to initials of a name? Ima Tsukumo? When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takamaro and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima. I need to ask you about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. I found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believe me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, come with me. Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takumaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we had found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So, what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Doremi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at that time? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log, then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft? I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma? You're suggesting there were two culprits? Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 missing people from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukumo? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... Sir Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you out of your mind? Me kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Doremi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. I told you it wasn't me. You think Miss Amamiya and I were accomplices? And that I tactily approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because... You see, you are feeling guilty. No. No. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima. We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima. The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What just happened? And what was that thing? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Oh, I thought it was the orb. Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. Alright, we can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much so I thought he might just up and go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. You should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into 2 teams. The rescue team, me, Hiroko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Karara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Dorumi. Wonderful. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can't we add 1 more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time everybody follow me. Sir Takumi. Lady Ava is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Hiroko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hiroko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, Have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Alright then, I'll be right back. With the email. Goodbye. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Yippee. No, I don't need to see stabs. can skip it though. Where's the breed at?
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzile guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzile. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
He's finally here! Like moths to a flame!
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it.
It's set! Told you it wouldn't take long!
Down he goes. Timber.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey!
Yeah. Losing it.
Wretches.
We win.
The pain. It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzile.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but... Does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Suddenly, Quenzile broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
What?
We all turned around at the same time, but
Huh? There's no one there!
I can't believe we all fell for it.
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzile has been... quenzled.
That's terrible. They agree. It is terrible. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
I swung my sword down on the lock and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then... I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage.
A bomb?
The next moment... Kaboom! I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. This snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, Are you okay? Yes. But what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine. Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
We're dead. Day 50. We are jumping more.
Get ready for your stepped in blood. In honor, if you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today! Too bad, so sad. Try not to be mad.
Well, he changed it. I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips, and I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease. I think so. Has anything changed? You mean the murder cases? We haven't made any progress. Ima and Dorami are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either. But the others... Oh, something else has changed though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he still is reticent as ever, and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him, though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you, and only you, everything.
Huh?
Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later. Were you expecting me not to act right now after what you just told me? I jumped out and dashed outside immediately. Okay. Mr. Samino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it. Really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm not sure you couldn't have... I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with the hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of them. Yet, I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that, as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Dorami? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? When Kako's body was found, you and Dorami were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer, but they can't be, right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Dorami. Yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Samino, I see what you were getting at, and you were right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft.
Ah.
Is this it? Yes. It's big enough even for Takamaru and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before, because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry. Yeah. Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you'd told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister. That no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time. When I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, it felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kinda hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We need it to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Why am I blinking? I think my mic's not working completely well. Setting. my mic to actually work for Logitech. I mean, I can adjust the gain. If only Reed was here. I mean, it's a bit better, I think. Someone knowing again. Always mowing. We'll leave it. It seems to be okay. Oh, if there's a ventilation shaft here, that means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the Academy a suspect. Including the Savers for Shoma's case. Including me. Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of. Sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building.
Oh!
Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body the size of a child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about an inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eye, and said, Tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something, a faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Ava, you're here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Eido's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credits go to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Mr. Sabino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my sister was indeed killed. Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that. I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this, here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
Who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Oh, you make me choose? Why can't I select Eido? I can choose myself, yeah. Is Kurara the one behind this? I think so. Does this mean there's 13? No, there's 15 of us. There's 15 different choices. The real killer is... you, Kurara Osuzuki. Excuse me? You've got to be having a screw loose somewhere. It's not possible, Takumi. Remember what we saw in the drone footage together. The vents in the ventilation shaft are too narrow for someone of Kurara's size to pass through. Oh. I'm guessing you're the killer, Takumi. Because if you can frame someone else, everyone starts relaxing, and that makes it easier for you to keep killing. Am I wrong? The only other person could be... Oh. Shoma, why'd you do it? Can say that again. I think so too. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... Yippee! In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Danger signs. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first. I opened the door and I stepped inside, where I found...
Darumi.
I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed through her back.
Why would someone do this?
I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she was, I knew she had died a while back as well. I flipped her body around gingerly. Her bag was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Then I checked the first floor, second floor, and third floor. I even checked the roof. But there was nobody to be found. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes.
What happened here?
I checked everybody's bodies. They were all cold to the touch, just like with Darumi and Kyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe?
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary. But... too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive was all the monitor would display. Thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the 6th time. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Karara, Moko, and Yugamo's backs remained intact. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. I left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight.
Shoma.
The sight of a dead body that had been divested of its heart. I wondered where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel it beating, like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped, like the world had stopped, everything had stopped. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. I wandered around the academy with no purpose until I finally stumbled upon the 10th dead body. To be more precise, the 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
I checked Takamaru's bag. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body. Ava's bag was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut either. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. The breeze jolted me to my senses, and the gears in my head started turning again. 11. It was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were... the very next moment. A great amount of blood suddenly started spurting out from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds. But I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine came true or not, because by then, my existence had already been erased from the world. Who is it then? Because my other guess was it was Shoma. Mystery route, lost in darkness. the only other kid body would be Shoma, right? It has to be him, right? Then who killed Shoma? Is Shoma the one behind this? Sure.
The real killer.
You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth! And just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
I haven't done a persuasion in forever. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that, on day 26, to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as asked. Or you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Talking about her, that thing, you know, that thing. The thing that does that thing because of that other thing. That's too many things. Wait, what did I get wrong? Oh, give me a minute, I need to rethink this. How about you just give up already, sheesh? Maybe
That
it doesn't matter, my
thing?
friend.
What thing?
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
Extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the door gem using a mop as a ledge. Thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trap door before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. And you use that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason.
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school. You can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. The girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof? Let's see this proof. What is it?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takamaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kuraro's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takamaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Oh, why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack. But you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No. This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterwards. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. You could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit. We would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the revival-matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your throat here. Stabbing your own body over and over again like that? You'd be in too much pain to physically continue after a while. It's just not possible.
No, it is possible.
You injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like Gamma-field. Remember what Yugamu said? At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You can't just gloss over the details like that.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelf. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright. Assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't, right?
I don't actually know. That's right, there was no needle or syringe on me. You know why? Because I never injected myself with this gamma fuel stuff. Oh, wait, what did I get wrong? Don't put me all the way back, please.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that?
With this one?
You hid the needle.
You pushed it deeply into one of the wounds made with the knife. That means the whole syringe should still be in my body. Yes, you must be in a lot of pain. I'm not in any pain at all. Did he just throw it away?
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on?
Just tossed. How did we not find it?
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it? What did you find?
Airplane. We found an airplane. Yeah, we found an airplane, kitty.
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that the bloodied knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed this crime.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't! My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
No! That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean... It was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you! Shoma Genzake!
Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Fatima, you promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received.
Uh,
Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek.
uh,
When I opened my eyes, X was there right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say?
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes, the bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Seaway.
Just who is this X person?
uh,
I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. Sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true, I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shaft. The petrodotoxin, it was X who obtained that bottle of TTX2. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? If so, come with Ima to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ima as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone. But X also told me,
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
so I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except, I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building and... Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma field. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, I X gave me the gamma feel as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. The story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiriko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion, probably because nobody knew that somebody had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it. I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside of me is gonna blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell!
Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yugamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Kaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook. And I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fist tightly and would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve.
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine. Get ready for your prepared. Be ready to give.
Yippee, we're making progress.
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened?
Huh?
What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, what happened to him? Just come with me, quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everyone made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw...
Shoma!
Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. Oh, we're gonna be suspicious again. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes, and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. What's going on? How'd the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same things?
Hey!
Aren't we overlooking the other possibility? That he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him? I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? Had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma-feel in a syringe. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, You got what you deserved. After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was... a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. and it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa.
Ah.
Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12. The exact same number as the people present here. That means... somebody among us is X. No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. So Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Yeah. Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe... How about we make it compulsory to move around in a group of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Oh, we're gonna start grouping again. Yep. Phew, done and done. We all going to be sleeping here from now on? Bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. And we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant... Oh, that's a big jump.
Get ready for your... Prepare to spend another day. Be ready to give...
Yeah, kitty. I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at that time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi, he awakened us. I ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words. For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. Among us? Us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. We've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh right, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself.
Yeah!
Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. People on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both Teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last Defense Academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. Distress signal transmitter. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it like they did with Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright. I clenched my fist tightly. Hiroko, Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh?
What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. You haven't eaten in like 23 days. You should probably eat too. And thus Hiroko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day? But why choose us? No reason in particular, I just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X. And it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Ado's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon, or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we gonna do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser's open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiriko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination. The cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen, but I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard on the wardroom's computer that had some information about it. I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. You know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It said that before World Death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area. Including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospherical pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows, they're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed at the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right, they opened up after Syria released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. Completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon?
Oh.
The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. Gift-O-Matic. We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the Rec Room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries.
Oh.
Okay, before we continue, I need the bathroom. So feel free to get up, stretch, grab a drink, and we'll be back shortly. It really looks like my mic is not doing as good. One second. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material.
Oh.
The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blowing up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons? And for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. Has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. Clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. Oh. He's already figured it out. I have no clue what's going on. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. Voice crack. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss."
Huh.
What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Oh.
Huh?
Who did it?
Huh?
First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma. It was.
I figured. I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Kinda funky. Filters. Is that better, right? Increase the gain slightly. No, not better. Dang. I wonder, should I do that there? Probably not. I should do it in the program. Maybe that's better? Probably not. Always a struggle getting mic settings. Maybe not. It's going up, but I mean, it's not super good. I don't know why my mic decided to just revert or something. Welcome back. What do you mean by welcome back? Oh. That is a lot louder. You can hear me? Wow. Is it too loud now, though? It is maxing out, it looks like. That's still... Did the mic just decide to start working again? That's a good question. uh, Things I'll never know, probably. Now I'm just slowly trying to bring it back down. I don't want it super loud. Silly Mike, come on. Let me know if it gets too quiet though, Reed, as I'm messing with stuff. What do I have you set to? You're set to 1.5. I'm guessing it's gonna keep going down still. It's still maxing out. That's crazy. I have no clue what it is. That's fine. Okay then. Oh, but now it's picking up everything. I don't want it picking up everything. That's kind of pain. That's probably also in this one. Noise reduction. That seems better. Can you still hear me just fine, Reed? Popcat, yeah. I think that's good enough. I don't want to spend 8 billion years on it. I should get a Popcat sometime. Instead, I got this. Because I'm smelly. Pop bird, for sure. Thanks for spending some time with getting that fixed, Reed. It was?
The name of that person is...
I don't know who it is. The person who killed Shoma is... Now you'll get out of bed. Okay, Reed. You... I have no clue. What kind of proof do I have, even? I don't think it was Reed. I'm probably not. The real killer is you, Milko Mojiro. Are you daft? How does that even work? Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was... Yeah. They're calling me eggs. Maybe I should read this. I figured it'd be all similar. Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was you know... It's all very simple. You were... This guy's stinking to high heavens. Of course he is. He's X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there is no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore, and then commit his next crime. So we brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. But it does make sense. Yes, it does indeed. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Oh, we made it to day 100 this time. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily quiet all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takamaru's room, Hiriko's room, Darumi's room, their rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Kurara's room was next. When I went inside, my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurara too!
I checked her body. Like Ava and Kyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurara's body to the infirmary, but... Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine, it's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had yet checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
There was no need to even check on his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. Last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside, and then... When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Akamaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiriko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large, empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. We're still missing people, though. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time, then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12, which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshness. And yet... this was what we woke up to.
Takumi. You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too. My cage was unlocked when I woke up, and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
We're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
What? Are these all wrong? I'm so confused. Blame ourselves, I guess? I don't know. The headmaster? Maybe.
Sleepy Kitty.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
Sleepy Kitty.
I probably just didn't remember it.
Because there's no way either of you here could have done all that. That means you must be right. It was me. I must have killed everybody, somehow, without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after, I knew it. As Moko said that, she reached behind her back and took out a large butcher knife. The next thing I knew, I was staring at my nailed body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. How was I able to see my own body from this angle? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Yippee! Mystery route terminated, Samino. I'm confused. Does this have 3 endings then? It does have 3 endings. Oh, would you look at that? Oh. Other. Ava, Takumi, or other. Why would it be Ava, though? How could it be her? Weird. Well, also, only Takumi was the one left. Weird. Great, I got a shiny. Yippee.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this.
How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. No, forget it. I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait, Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire. But Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed, right into the wall of fire.
No!
This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi... No, wait. It's going to be fine. I may still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of those flames, and... My body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into the fiery flame. The very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Wow, what an ending. A kind heart, well done. That's terrible. Why would you say this? What's Moko gonna do when accused? Probably just kill us, to be honest. She has a knife on her. Moko, you did it.
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No. No. Lots of no's. Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and... Oh. Slashed her neck. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other, my strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after...
Moko.
Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. Oh. Well. She's a murderer now.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. Wow. Interesting endings. Revenge for Moko. That's fair. 20. We're 1/5 of the way done. Let's go. Okay, now we're gonna accuse ourselves, apparently. I did it. I killed him. Is Takumi the one behind this? Sure, why not? I don't know how this is gonna be different from accusing a random person and getting locked up.
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple. I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at night and did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me. Maybe. Then you leave us with no choice but to lock you up in a cell. Are you okay with that, Takumi? No. You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed? I wasn't confessing, I was just saying it's a possibility. But you were so confident you knew who the killer was. You are being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there. I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed the fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long, I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. You are X. No. But you basically admitted it just now. I told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without regret. What? Have you forgotten that I am an assassin? Wait, does that mean... Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked toward me with a smirk on his face.
No! Stop!
Yippee! We're dead again! Oh, we're not dead, actually.
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balance, and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. The very next moment, Our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. I see. That's an ending, I guess. Dance in the purple flames. Okay, but how is it Ava? Since apparently that's the right answer.
The real killer. You! Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Interesting. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. She had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked. And you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you talking about?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place.
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true, that cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted? Is there even any way to do that?
I don't know how this works.
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy? That's right, you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or opened dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Oh, I'm sorry. Your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose? Now you're just talking nonsense.
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. But even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton, you said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Buoyancy doesn't work that way.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
This is certainly a way to just kill one person. You flooded a whole room, you used balloons to lift up a cage. You stabbed him 10 billion times. Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of the displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons, that's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well, what tool was it then?
I love yeast to inflate some balloons.
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. Don't worry, I definitely would never have came to this conclusion. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the Revival-matic stated his cause of death is hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
Oh.
Shoma likely breathed the air that was in the balloons.
You mean he untied them? All while trying desperately to stay afloat? I've heard of more believable miracles. Maybe... Oh, wait, what did I get wrong? Yeah, rethink it. It wasn't completely submerged.
Conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out, if your deduction holds true.
Okay.
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force it needed. Shoma kept his head above the water surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside, and stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body. But was it wet? No, not at all.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert heat environment. Which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough, though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, and stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accusing me of. And underwater at that. It's all completely unrealistic.
No. It's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that. But someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
She gonna run? That seems to be a reoccurring thing in this timeline. Everyone just runs. Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I, too, had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51. Just before the murder, I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside that door did flash before my mind briefly. But I am not part of the SCU. And I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is, in case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us? No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels, from Tsubasa herself. No. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiroko and never got it back. I haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey, Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about them, right? Yes. That's what you're doing now? You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed? I believe they could, if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve, on their chest, or around the waist, and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Kumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown into smithereens. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. That's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well. And it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are X. That's why X has got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information from X about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice changer as well. Though it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice. But? Ava looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How'd you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know how someone will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So... who is X?
Alright, I will tell you. X is. The real identity of X is.
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now, before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. And if she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude. It might be dangerous for Ava to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... 2 decisions in one day. Crazy. Oh. Crap. Shut Ava up. No. Who is it? I wanna know. I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? Edima's questioned Ava suddenly. She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. And you thought to yourself, I'm gonna be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SDU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb? Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us this time was just an act? When you said you hated Veshness, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did. Her hands. The detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit, where there were 5 other people. We had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side, and were at about the same distance as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Yippee! We're all dead again. That's like all of the endings. Day 80. Oh, are we not dead?
Wow! We have just a bit long.
It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact I was somehow still alive. Come to think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remembered a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? Exactly what I meant. They were both missing when I woke up. You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift I felt a pain on my neck, like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. When you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point that everyone finally noticed I was awake. Sir Takumi, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days, no see.
Oh!
Pretty fast, all things considered.
Ah!
Yeah, hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here will split up into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, me, Nozomi, I don't want to be with Darumi, that's scary. Group 2, Takamaru, Karara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugamo, Ima. Go find them. And thus we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strained voice coming from the schoolyard. But bad news. Teams Takumi and Takamaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Are they both dead? Takamaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takamaru's teams were staring agape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pool in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... Oh, they're both dead. It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80 between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Subject Moko Mojiro. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80 between 5 and 8 a.m. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Hey, do you mind if I mention something?
Huh?
Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others. Wait, how did you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Right. I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. What is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Jeremy walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Ooh. Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. I don't know. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko. Poor Nozomi. Nozomi clung on to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguish, chokes, and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kororo suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device? 9, same as the number of people here. Ain't about time you just showed your hand, X. You're one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. But come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Whatever is the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. Huh? I'm guessing this is supposed to say we shouldn't. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their doors until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that?
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to get ready. Prepare to spend. Be ready to give your.
I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over.
You never know when. Well then.
It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you are thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiriko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I am not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's body. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I am going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I will be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiriko is X, but... Damn it. Yeah, let's go get murdered. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I have never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened to you had I really been X? But you said you wouldn't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration, then said, Anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiriko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. That strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. Liver mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Or did you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and... Hiriko showed me Edo and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kako's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the liver mortis code had been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The liver mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. After saying that, Hiriko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I am guessing it is because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later. So they cut out the part with the code out. Out in order to keep them hidden from us. I dig out the hearts too. Most likely a red herring. Think about it. What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had to be something on our bodies as well. You see, now you are getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? What would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something like a tattoo of a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not that patch of skin on our backs, but the heart in our bodies. That's why X did. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with knowledge of the liver mortis codes. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that is true, why set up the red herring? Because if X's objective was only to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest, yet X did none of these things. Why? Not sure, but maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason? I think so too. Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That is what I am trying to figure out, or find out. Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. Transmitter? The boy with the undying flames told us about? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned. He must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 have entered total death. Total death. It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all this information? The same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about? Yes, I will explain further when time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. You understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does that mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It is very likely. So that they can leave this school. Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Hiroko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Yeah. Reed, you're 5, right? Oh, alright. Hiroko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. If we're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, the others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and just as Hiroko was about to finish her sentence... Karara? Hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Karara wandering around by herself then? Oh, now that you mention it. He peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Karara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Karara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor. But she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs. Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
So when I accused her the first time, I was right. She's a killer, maybe. Behind the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
This place. Cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82.
Huh?
It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There is a device of some sort in the middle of the room. I should check it out. Hiroko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left corner of the screen which reads, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver Mortis code of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned. This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device. An object in a corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... Oh. Kurara Osuzuki's dead body.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurara.
But the real Kurara is here. Which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
So, it is just a random person. You have arrived at Story Log 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Oh. I did not know this did the same as another game that I played. I thought it was just keep going. Well, I guess we're going here. Oh. I wonder where Story Log 2 is. Hopefully down this line, otherwise we might have to come back to it eventually.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey! What are you up to now? Wherefore have you stopped her? I explained my reasoning to the others. I get it, you were afraid X may try to take us all down with them. At that, all of a sudden we heard. Ava burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment.
Mind sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
The joke is how you are all being so obtuse.
What?
It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Ava had pinched her little finger and pulled it out without any hesitation. Oh. Well. That's a fun ending. We're just dead now. Yep. Pretty rare to not make it that far. Pinky promise. Wow. The deadliest. Well, I guess we're going back now. Meow. Wow, we're going really far back. Day 25. Okay, before I select this, I need the bathroom. So I'm gonna run an ad. Feel free to get up, stretch, grab a drink, and we'll be back shortly. Alright, we're back. We will join the invader hunt now.
I think I'm going to join the game.
Feeling determined, I voiced my intention to participate.
Ah.
Will you all join me in this invader hunt? Oh, no. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Samino? Participating in a shady game like this would make us just like Mr. Maruko, jumping into the fire and getting stabbed for it. We might end up getting slaughtered just like Gaku. I know it could be dangerous, but I think ignoring the invitation would be even more dangerous. We ought to accept despite the risk. Hey, Takumi, let's think about this ration. Who knows what kind of monster is behind this? Anything could happen if we join some insane game like this, man.
Hey!
I more than understand the risk of participating, but I still want to know. I want to know who killed Gaku. I want to know who put us in this situation. I thought things would be different without Ado secretly manipulating us, but apparently, I was wrong. Someone had destroyed Siri and killed Gaku, all in the space of one night. Gaku's death plunged us into paranoia, and we haven't been able to come together since. Who could possibly be doing this? Everyone, please, I'm begging you. Even if just this once, go along with me. Please join the game with me. I bowed my head while shouting my pleas, trying to show them how serious I was. But I didn't get the reaction I was hoping for. Sorry, Takumi, I can't. It smells like a trap to me. I'm out too. There's something so vulgar about using a game to encourage murder. A group of strangers all killing each other without any love behind it. It's no better than a hedonistic orgy. Huh? Did someone say orgy? Oh my gosh. Oh, simmer down, you stupid perv. I'm out too. The audience hates to see a team turn on each other like that. My life may be worthless, but if I die, I won't be able to see my dog Leo again. This is bad. This is really bad. At this rate, I'll be the only one playing. How do I convince everyone that this is the right move? What do I have to do? Before I could say anything more.
Are you kidding? Sign me up!
What? I'm gonna play the game, obviously. I mean, duh.
Yeah.
Obviously, a killing game's about to go down either way. Finally, the god of killing games has smiled on me and broken the chains binding me to this pitiful, tedious life. Anyway, that's why you're all gonna join. It's mandatory. Yeah, right, I'm not fucking doing this. We can't start killing each other. We're here to fight the invaders. Excuse me, if you guys keep acting like such wusses, I won't get my killing game. We need at least a double-digit player count, or it's not gonna happen. And I need it to happen. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm so sick of this lame tower defense game. I want us to kill each other. Do it. We're all gonna do it, right? Doremi vociferously urged everyone to play. But the more she insisted, the more it turned everyone off. What other foolishness? I'm not entertaining this nonsense anymore. Disgusted, Kurara left the classroom. The others followed soon after. If you want to kill each other, do it by yourselves. I won't stand for this. Sister Dearest and I are going back to our rooms. I've always wanted to storm out in a dramatic huff like this. So cliche. In the end, the only ones left standing in the classroom were... what's wrong with them? Not playing, like, defies the laws of nature. Myself, Doremi, and Hiroko. Hiroko, are you going to play the game too? I'm shocked. I didn't think you'd have any interest in something like this. Don't misunderstand me. I have no interest at all in the game itself. I just want to make sure. Make sure? Hiroko fell silent, refusing to elaborate. She does tend to be secretive. Well then, the three of us will meet in the leisure lounge tonight. The message said anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. Well, with so few participants, it's entirely possible the game will be cancelled. No, my long-awaited killing game is slipping through my fingers. Okay. Hiroko and I went back to our rooms, leaving Doremi behind to wallow in despair. An invader hunt. I was lying in bed contemplating this mysterious game that we were supposedly going to play. Why would whoever wrote the message invite us to join a game? What kind of game did they have planned, or was the announcement itself a trap? I was racking my brain, unable to figure out any possible intention behind all of this, until suddenly... A visitor. I opened the door and came face to face with Doremi. Doremi, what's up? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Doremi continued to stand there, not speaking so much as a single word. 1 minute passed, then 2. 3 people isn't enough. Finally she spoke. A killing game with only 3 people? That's just not gonna work. The joy of a killing game is that there are a ton of participants and a lot of dying. 3 people do not a massacre make I mean, forget Royale, that's not even enough of a battle to get excited about. Totally impossible, like way impossible. She was muttering to herself, but I more or less understood her point. So you're saying there's not enough people to hold a proper killing game? I've literally been saying that this whole time. Really? I didn't notice. I got the feeling this announcement only exasperated Dorami's emotional instability. Normies always do this. They're like so happy to do an athletic meet or a talent show or whatever, but if you suggest a killing game, they're like, ew, no way. That's probably because they don't want to die. At this rate, I'm not going to get my killing game. Can't have that. If it gets cancelled, it's so over. You have to help Takumi. Tell them how important this is and convince them to play. Are you kidding? There's no way they'd listen to me. Even just now, they barely paid any attention to what I had to say. It'll be fine, just stand in their doorways and keep putting on that peer pressure. They'll cave eventually. You mean like what you're doing to me now? I might be dumb and useless, but even I can handle staging a sit-in. I mean, I did stick around my parents' house for basically my entire life without ever running away, no matter how much my brother and my daddy yelled at me to leave. Though I guess that was mostly because I didn't have anywhere else to go. What do I even say to that? Okay, you'll be in charge of convincing Takamaru, Shoma, and the twins. Your job is to flip them to willing players before we're supposed to meet. You have to get them to play no matter what. Dorami stormed away without giving me a chance to object. Man, why is she so pushy? But now that she's asked, I can't just do nothing. I don't want the game to get cancelled either, so I guess I should try to encourage everybody to join. I'm supposed to persuade Takamaru, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Of the four, Takamaru seems the most likely to hear me out. He looks like a hard ass, but at his core he's genuine and kind. He might be willing to listen if he sees that I feel strongly about this. Okay, first one I'm going to try to convince is Takamaru. That settles that. Now to think of a way to get him to join. He's probably against it because he's wary of what might happen. His concerns are valid. The monster who slaughtered Gaku is behind this after all. I get why he'd want to avoid a confrontation, but if we don't participate, we may never find out who's really behind all this. I can't let that happen. I want to catch whoever killed our friend, no matter what it takes. Gaku might have been a careless, sneaky goofball, but was one of our own. He didn't deserve to die. I'll never forgive whoever killed him. I'm going to find them, and I know Takamaru feels the same. Maybe I should get him to remember how he felt when Gaku was murdered. But how do I do that? How do I get Takamaru fired up again? How do you reignite rage in someone's heart? No point in trying to figure this out on my own. I should ask around and see if anyone has any ideas. Somewhere in the hall. Right. Oh, okay. Since when do you point out where they are? How to get Takamaru fired up, you ask? Takumi, you're asking the wrong person. My IQ is so low it's a negative number. I couldn't possibly know. Can you stop the self-deprecation for a second and really think about it? What gets him worked up? I'm sorry, I have no idea. I'm too scared to think about anything. The invader hunt is all I can think about. They want us to kill each other. Shoma is completely terrified. It's pointless trying to question him further. You wish to know how to ignite the fire in Takamaru's heart? I recommend giving him stickers. Stickers? A while back, I was messing around and put a cute character sticker on Sir Takamaru's custom biker jacket. He was completely overcome with rage. Do you think you're doing to my jacket? That's the window to my soul. If you ever transition, you better damn well call me, so I can kick your ass man to man. Yeah? That's exactly what he screamed at me. If I were to describe his countenance that day, he looked like an angry temple spirit or an active volcano. So indeed, a sticker will set him ablaze. I don't think it had anything to do with the sticker. I think he just got mad you messed with his clothes. This doesn't seem like it's going to be useful, but I'll try to remember it anyway. Takamaru was very serious about his biker outfit. Noted. How to get Takamaru fired up? Pro wrestling. Oz. When you're locked in tight and exchanging pure soul energy with another fighter, your heart will be on fire. Come and experience it for yourself, Takumi. I'll spar with you right now. Sorry, Muko, but now's not a good time. Too much of a wuss to put your butt on the line and fight. Well, yeah. And I picked the wrong person to ask. Moving right along. Jeremy, what are you doing here? Can't you tell I'm pretending to be a corpse? Duh. Corpse. If we're going to play a killing game, then all of the useless nobodies like me are probably going to die first. So I thought I'd better practice being dead. That way I'll be a cool corpse when the time comes. I see. Good luck with that. You should look at Gaku's body and practice too. He's a perfect example of how we're all going to end up. The moment I saw Gaku's body, I had an idea. It should work. I'm sorry, Gaku. I'm going to have to move your sheet. I pulled down the sheet, draped over Gaku's body, and came face to face with his brutalized corpse. Then, I took off his jacket. It was splattered with blood and covered in countless holes. The criminal stabbed him over and over with a knife. I felt like I could feel Gaku's pain and agony just by touching his jacket. They won't get away with this. They're going to pay. It filled my heart with a sense of duty and conviction. If I show this to Takamaru, he'll remember how angry he was when Gaku was murdered. Yama, what are you doing here? I came to chat with that Edo Atsuki guy. I'm terribly intrigued by him. Chat? He's a dead corpse. Her body. Corpses are surprisingly articulate. You can learn so much just by looking at them. I knew the moment I laid eyes on his body, he was a brilliant assassin in his own right. Oh, I would give anything to have met him while he was still alive. That sounds like a terrible idea. Yeah, kitty kitty. Takumi, did you bring it? Bring what? The mask. You promised me yesterday. That's right. She asked me to give her mask back to her yesterday. Sorry, Ava. I just don't have time for that right now. No, I have been waiting so long. Takumi, are you going to break your promise to me? You're mocking me because you know I'm just a helpless prisoner. Calm down. I'll be sure to bring it when I'm done. Just wait a bit longer, please. You promise? You really will? If you don't, I'll break down crying. She insistently confirmed again and again that I would actually bring it. That mask must be incredibly important to him. How to get Takamaru fired up? Isn't he always fired up? I mean, is he ever cool or composed? But don't you think he's been holding back a bit too much lately? Normally, I'd expect him to be the first to jump at an opportunity to do this invader hunt. I mean, even Takamaru has to hold back sometimes. I mean, how many of our friends have died so far? Edo, Gaku, and even Siri's just a heap of scrap metal. what are Siray's remains doing? I'm connecting what's left of him to the PC in the war room to salvage whatever data I can. I figured if I can access his confidential information, I can learn how to fix the corpse recovery drones, and maybe I'll even be able to get some information on whoever destroyed him. So you're basically doing an autopsy. Yeah, I'm sure even Siray regrets that this happened to him so suddenly, so I feel like I need to make his death mean something at the very least. I felt my chest clench as I stared at Siray's remains. I'll never forgive whoever did this to him. They have to pay. An incredible rage was coursing throughout my body. Bassett, do you think I can borrow him? I guess so, but what for? I'm gonna show him to Takamaru. The person who did this to Siray was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. Takamaru might remember his rage when he sees this. Well, if it isn't the village idiot right on cue, what is wrong with you? What's your problem all of a sudden? Why are you so angry? Obviously, because you're a complete and utter moron. You wanna play some killing game? You're such an uneducated street rat, I could puke. She's worried about you, Takumi. We were just talking and we think you're not thinking rationally. Takumi, it's not too late, you can rethink this. I know you have your reasons, but playing such a dangerous game is madness. Even a sick necrophile like you should know a killing game is going too far. Try to rub your proper brain cells together long enough to generate a spark and think about why you shouldn't value your freak fetishes over your own life. She was being incessantly cruel, but Kurara was worried about me in her own Kurara way. I appreciate the sentiment, but sorry, but I've made up my mind. I'd gladly accept the risk for a chance to confront Gaku's killer. Nothing would change my mind. Okay, these should be enough to convince him. Gaku's jacket and Siray's remains. Holding on to them tightly, I barged into Takamaru's room. Oh, that's a bad idea. Whoa, Takumi, where's your manners? You can't just let yourself in. Takamaru, sorry to spring this on you, but I have something I want to show you. What is this? It's all fucked up and full of holes. And real dirty, too, covered in dark stains. That's Gaku's jacket. He was wearing it when he was killed. When he was killed? You mean these stains are his blood? You asshole, why would you show me this? Yeah, I know, nobody wants to see this, but we can't hide from it. It's got all these holes in it, see? Because he was stabbed with a knife. Over and over, brutally. That motherfucker stabbed him this many times? But damn it, Gaku must have been in so much pain. Takamaru's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the holes in Gaku's clothes. He was shaking with fury. Here's where I get him once and for all. And this is what's left of Siray. The person who did this was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. Might have been a machine, but I know he suffered. He was torn to shreds. Talk to me, what the hell are you trying to do here? I know I owe you one, but I won't hesitate to fuck you up if you're just here to mess with the bodies of all our dead friends. No, that's not it. I just wanted to ask you. I looked Takamaru dead in the eye. Very likely that whoever is inviting us to play this game is the same person who killed Siray and Gaku. The killer who did this to our friends is throwing down a challenge. I move closer to Takamaru. Takamaru, listen to me. Are you sure you want to run away from this game? If you back down now, you might never get another shot at catching whoever did this. I can't let them get away with this. I'm gonna kill them with my bare hands. But that ain't enough of a reason to play this game. What happens to Gaku happens to all of us, then it's all pointless. Crap, he's still not angry enough. I want to get Takamaru to join and he's still on the fence after all of this. I'm just gonna have to make them even madder. Oh, persuasion.
I won't let Gaku's killer get away with it. I will get payback, but this ain't the time for that. Whatever this invader hunt shit is, it's obviously a trap.
What's the matter, Takemaru? You too chicken shit to join?
I ain't chicken shit, I'm just keeping cool. I don't want to die for no goddamn reason. I gotta survive and protect my people. Right. I'm really bad at these.
I won't let Gaku's killer get away with it. I will get payback, but this ain't the time for that. Whatever this invader hunt shit is, it's obviously a trap. We got no clue what's waiting for us in the leisure lounge. We can't just take up a challenge from a killer.
So, that biker jacket of yours is just for show, huh?
Huh? What did you just say to me? What are you, deaf? I said a coward like you shouldn't be wearing a jacket like that. Bastard, you ain't gonna get away with talking about my jacket like that. She reflects my whole soul. Just like Kyoshika said, Takemaru gets upset when you insult his jacket. He's lost his cool. Now's my chance. I'm gonna make him see it my way. Oh.
Takemaru, you don't deserve to wear that jacket.
The fuck, man? I ain't called the strongest gang boss that's ever lived for nothing.
You? A gang boss? You don't seem like much of a boss to me at all.
What?
Think about it. You're literally cowering, even though the person who killed your friend is throwing down the gauntlet. I didn't know a gang boss could be such a fair-weather friend and still get any respect.
Takemaru's face looked nothing short of demonic as he glared at me, but he didn't argue back. I must have hit him where it hurt. He was at a loss for words.
Takemaru.
I bumped my fist against his chest, near his heart.
If you want to show me how a real boss acts, fight with me. Join me. Please, join the game with me.
Smile. If you're gonna bust my balls like that, I guess I can't back down. Fine, I'll do it. I'll join this fucking invader hunt or whatever it is and kill the bastard behind all this shit. My hard work had paid off. Takemaru had finally agreed to join. But I didn't have time to stick around and celebrate. I quickly left Takemaru's room and set off to persuade the others. Since I'd won over someone as influential as Takemaru, persuading the others went smoothly. Huh? Takemaru said he'd join? You got someone as cautious as Mr. Yakushiji to fold, then I guess the game can't be all that dangerous. But everyone's going to join, then I guess I should too. Having successfully won over Ima, Kako, and Shoma, I'd met the quota Darumi forced on me. And then night finally came. I arrived at the leisure lounge just before 7 p.m. and found that all the other Special Defense Unit members were already there.
Huh?
We've got quite a group here. Did everyone decide to join the game? Honestly, I never wanted to come, but Darumi rang my doorbell at least 10,000 times. She was so persistent, I just gave in. I was eating a snack in the cafeteria when suddenly Lady Darumi snatched my holy Jumonji sword. I pursued the scoundrel in an attempt to retrieve her, when suddenly I found that I'd been lured here. Oh, the holy Jumonji sword is safe and sound, if you were concerned. You'd say this was a real steel. Ha ha ha. Yoshika, give that blade of yours to me immediately. I'm gonna snap it in half along with your entire spinal column. Why would you say something so frightening? Wait, what? Lady Karara, you've come too? We were worried when you disappeared so suddenly, so we came here looking for you. Yoshika, if you worry us like that again, I'll drop a heel right on the crown of your head to teach you a lesson. Oh, for the love of murder, looks like we've all been tricked into coming here. Jeremy seems to have used some pretty underhanded tricks to get everyone to come. What a score. With this many people, killing each other is gonna be so much fun. Alright, it's almost time for the game to start. Who's gonna die first? Maybe me. I sure hope so. Everybody, please kill me. Oh, I made sure to bring all of your infusers, too. We're all set for the great slaughter to begin. She's so prepared, it's scaring me. Jeremy seems thrilled at the idea of us killing each other, but I don't plan on hurting any of my friends. I'm not gonna let anyone else die. That's why I wanted to do this. Almost time. What kind of person do you think is running this game? I'm kind of excited to see who the bad guy is. Time passed, and finally it was 7 p.m., but... For fuck's sake, nothing's happened. Nobody came, nothing happened. The leisure lounge was as quiet and peaceful as ever. Maybe the mastermind gave up after they saw a disgusting insect like me was joining? Or maybe that whole message was just a prank? Honestly, as anticlimactic as that would be, a safe conclusion like that might be for the best. Look, it's getting late. I'm out of here. No sooner than Takamaru had said those words, it happened. Suddenly, an ominous sound came from out of nowhere. What is that sound? Awful, my ears hurt. The hell, is someone revving a bike engine? No way, I've never heard an engine make a noise this terrible. Just listening to it is making me... The unidentified sound grew louder and louder. Where's it coming from? We looked around for the source of the sound. That's when we happened to look up at the ceiling. Only to be greeted by an unbelievable sight.
Bees? The hell? They're flying around with a bunch of big-ass bees?
Is that a spacesuit? Wait, no, a diving suit?
A bee parachute? I've never seen such a hideous mode of transport.
Eek! I hate bugs! Someone get me some bug spray stat!
The individual in the spacesuit gradually lowered their altitude. It landed in the leisure lounge. You look fucking ridiculous. Take that helmet off and show us your face. There's some wrestling federation's masked fighters. Love the costume, but you gotta lose the bead. We need to take this seriously. They might be with the invaders. What if it's a commander? Takumi, did you see a commander like this during your first 100 days? No. I never saw anyone like this. We never faced a commander who controlled bees, especially not one in a spacesuit. Hey, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself. Speak up, asshole. The mysterious person examined our faces without answering. Then they nodded, seemingly satisfied.
So good to see so many of you. With so many participants, this killing game is sure to reach a screaming climax. The more lives there are to lose, the more spectacular the battle.
Their voice sounded unnatural. Perhaps they were filtering it through a voice changer. Their face was obscured by their mask too, so there was no guessing their age or gender. Well done for deciding to join my game, Special Defense Unit Maggots. I commend your small act of bravery. They commended us. Yoshika, they're definitely being sarcastic, or trying to provoke us. We're so terribly honored, but who exactly are you? What are you doing at this school? I'm here to play my game with you, of course. I'm the sponsor of the Invader Hunt. You may call me Sponsor. Treat the title with the respect it deserves. Sponsor. So this is the person who invited us to play this game. Which means time is precious. I wish to start the game quickly. First, we'll hold the opening ceremony. Let me ask you one thing first. I yelled over the sponsor, interrupting them mid-sentence. Are you the one who murdered our friend Gaku Maruko? A strange threat was written on the blackboard the day before Gaku's murder. It perfectly matches this order of events. In other words, it was only natural to assume this was the person behind Gaku's death. Does it really matter who I have or haven't killed? After all, every last one of you will die in this game. Don't dodge the question. I'm asking if you killed Gaku. Yes or no? Yes and no. There's no other way for me to answer. I told you not to dodge the... Takumi, read the room. A sharp voice pierced my eardrums and caused me to cover my ears. Dorumi. I've been waiting for this day my entire life. I prayed to the god of killing games every night. Begged to be released from the pointlessness of my life. Begged for me, my parents, my brothers, my teachers to all die in gratuitous, gory style. My dream is finally about to come true. I'm going to get the killing game I've always wanted. Don't ruin this for me. Don't you dare ruin my dream. I was taken aback by the desperation in her voice. Aren't you a strange one? Are you that excited for my game? Like you don't even know. Tell me all the messed up rules we have to follow. It motivates me to hear you have such high expectations. Then allow me to explain the rules. No thank you, not interested. Aurora interrupted and stepped forward. I have no intention of playing your game. I refuse to even recognize it. You want us to kill each other? I'd never approve of such a vile game. Don't be so rash, Tomato Head. That vileness is what will make this game interesting. You might enjoy it more than you expect if you just give it a try. Not often that you get the opportunity to unleash your primal urges and kill your fellow man. I told you I'm not playing. I am the scion of the Osuzuki family, the pinnacle of all Suzukis. It's fine for me to trample on the ignorant masses from up on high, but there's no way in hell I'm allowing someone to try and kill me as if we're equals. So you refuse to participate? That goes for at least half of us. There's only the few mental patients here that want to play your deranged game. Takumi. She just called you a mental patient. She means you too. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. I believe I made that very clear. I believe you did. Karara glanced down for just a moment. So go ahead and try. All of a sudden, she was ready to fight. Pull your filthy eyeballs out of your sockets and watch closely. Behold the Osuzuki family boxing technique. I'm gonna beat you in your ugly costume until you're so swollen you'll look like you stuck your head in your stupid beehive. Karara assumed a boxing stance and steadily approached the sponsor. Wait, Karara, don't try to fight them alone. I can handle this by myself. I don't sense any fighting spirit in this pathetic worm. They have the quintessential pauper aura. All talk and no action. One punch will do it. Ignoring our warnings, Karara continued to close the distance between the sponsor and herself. Hope you like the taste of Noble Fist. Karara was about to unleash her deadly uppercut when it happened. Karara? The bees that had been hovering near the ceiling descended with a terribly cacophony of beating wings. And then... They instantly grabbed Kurara and whisked her high up into the sky.
Put me down! Put me down this instant! These horrible things are so creepy!
Kurara squirmed frantically, but they held on to her tight, refusing to let go.
Oh, Suzuki, I sentence you to being suspended mid-air. What a sight, don't you think? As they say, smoking fools rise to great heights. You can writhe and suffer for now. I'll ease your pain when the time is right.
Lady Kurara, give me back my Lady Kurara, you vile insect. Kurara, what do we do? How do we get her back? She's so high up, even my mid-air attacks wouldn't reach her. What do we do now? How can we save Kurara when she's all the way up there? Kako's sniper rifle might be able to reach, but this Kako has never used her Hemo Anima before. Right now, there's no way for us to attack the bees up near the ceiling. In that case, we'll just have to attack the person controlling them. Suddenly, I found myself running at full tilt, making a beeline for the sponsor. I'm not gonna lose anybody else. Let that determination take away my fear and carry me forward. I plunged my infuser into my chest as I ran. Give back. I screamed as loud as my voice would let me and swung my sword down on the sponsor. I felt it connect. My blade was going to split them in two. I was so sure it would, and yet... That tickles. Is that all you've got, Takumi Samino? How? The sponsor was completely unharmed. It's simple. Your power isn't enough to inflict even the slightest scratch on me. No, this has to be some sort of mistake. This has to be some kind of cheap trick. And try again. I won't stop you. You've got some balls, bee-fucker. Let's see how long you can keep up this tough guy act, huh? I'm joining the fray. Takumi, combined our power levels is like 2 million. We can get them, guys. We need to save Kurara as soon as possible. Everybody. Even if we can't take the sponsor on alone. We can if we all attack together. Brace yourself, asshole. Our breaths synchronizing, we all leapt at the sponsor.
You blackguard!
You're finished!
Takamaru, Nozomi, Kyoshika, and I unleashed everything we had on the sponsor. We punched, we kicked, we sliced, we pummeled, we tried every attack possible. We used every last ounce of our strength until we had no energy or Hemo Anima to spare. However... It tickles. Why don't our attacks do anything? Are you immortal or some goddamn thing? You have the endurance of a wrestler to withstand my body slam. No matter how much we attacked, our opponent didn't even flinch. This was far behind a matter of strength or endurance. They were literally invincible. We can't give up. We must save Lady Kurara. My fellow warriors, just one coordinated attack and... Enough of this sideshow. The opening ceremony will conclude with Kurara Osuzuki's death. There was a cruelty in the sponsor's voice as they pointed to Kurara still hanging in the air. Her body was rapidly turning black. Was the swarm of bees draining her cryptoglobin?
Lady Kurara!
Once they'd sucked everything out of Kurara, the bees dropped her dried up husk on the floor. No, Carrara. No, this can't be happening. Lady Carrara can't be dead. Don't give up yet. Let's take her to the revival medic. Nozomi, Moko, and Kyoshika lifted up Carrara's corpse and left the leisure lounge, but... How pointless. How can a body be revived if there isn't a drop of cryptoglobin left in it? How pitiful that she would die before the game even began. She's ruined my schedule. I suppose I'll simply have to postpone the start of the game until tomorrow morning. Return here as soon as you're awake tomorrow. And might I remind you, there's no point in trying to escape. You know now what happens if you refuse to play. There was nothing we could say. We'd be killed instantly if we tried to resist. Never had any message come through so clearly. Bummer, Carrara got the opening death scene. Must be nice, she died with so much drama. But it should have happened to me. Well, whatever. The game starts tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of chances to have a nice gory demise. I wonder how everyone else is gonna die. Who's gonna kill me? There's like so much to look forward to. Narumi's eerie yet strangely innocent cackle rang out across the silent leisure lounge. Okay. We are done. My voice getting strained again. Kitty kitty. Are you done napping? You gonna go look outside? Wonder where we get the info for that other timeline. Who do I want to raid? Sure, why not? How long have they been live? About an hour. Oh. That's correct. That looks correct. It is. Okay, you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Reed, if you're still here, thanks for help with sound check. Tomorrow we'll be back with more. Hopefully we can finish off this line, or at least get a couple choices in. It seems like an interesting one, though. Obviously, this guy means business. But we'll find out more tomorrow, I guess. So, until then, thank you guys for hanging out, and I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, and I'll see you guys next time.